Welcome to the iconic Redwood Bowl November football here in Arcata, California. The De Anza College Mountain Lions on the road to take on the College of the Redwoods Corsairs alongside Liam Warner. I'm Mitchell Manji. Two teams coming into this one at the top of the Pacific 7 Conference. De Anza undefeated, a perfect 7-0 overall, 2-0 in conference. And the Corsairs 6-1, a lone loss down at Monterey, 3-0 in their conference. Liam Warner, we're looking at a superb game after nearly a month off, a bye week, a canceled game at Yuba, another bye week. The CR team, I don't know if it's good that you had the time to prep or if, the time off is going to affect you. Either way, we're going to find out in about 15 minutes here today.
Yeah, I don't think Coach White was even a huge fan of the game, being a sandwich in between two bye weeks. He certainly was not a fan of 3 straight weeks off. But yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, this is going to be a great game. De Anza is a super high-powered offense. They're one of the leaders in the entire state in scoring. I mean, their quarterback has some ridiculous numbers coming into the game. And Tavius Jackson, I mean, 295 yards a game, 25 touchdowns, one interception. He averages 37 yards on the ground and another 7 touchdowns rushing. So, I mean, he powers this offense, and it's going to be tough. I mean, this is a really tough team to play after 3 weeks off, and you cannot exactly simulate, game conditions in practice. I mean, you can do your best, but it's not exactly the same. So we'll see what this team is made of truly today.
Well, and we've talked about it throughout the year, but again, this team that is now a flip-flop from last year. Last year, it was a veteran team on the defensive side. Offensively, they were younger. Now they've got those offensive linemen in the second year, a ton of position players, notably Isaiah Hemmings, who's just having an absolutely fantastic year at the running back position, but a team that's younger on defense. So against a prolific offense, Liam, we could be setting up for a shootout here.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, Isaiah Hemmings, he was incredible. I mean, I'm trying to jog my memory from the last game because that was all the way back on October 12th at Los Medanos. But I mean, he was really the one that drove the team down the field because they went up, I believe, 14-0 to start the game, and then the offense just kind of sputtered out. They were up 14-7 at halftime, and then they kind of turned it on. They built a big lead. They kind of let Los Medanos come back. It was kind of a choppy game, turnovers, penalties. It was not the cleanest football game ever. Really not the most satisfying win for Coach White, but a win's a win nonetheless. So, you have 3 weeks off. You have plenty of time, guys that are banged up to get healthy. And, everyone should be very fresh coming into this game.
Well, and these are two teams that are looking to gain a strong position at the top of the conference. Again, undefeated in conference and looking the rest of the way. Obviously, it's going to be another test against Siskiyous on the road, hosting Cabrillo next week for the Corsairs. But again, the path is there for both of these teams to win their conference and be positioned for a top bowl game come December. So I do, and you can see right now as De Anza coming out onto the field already talking, this one's going to be a chippy game,
Yeah,
Liam. These are
the
two teams that are here that want to win.
the officials better be ready,
Lot of flags.
to handle the football game. I mean, the thing is that last season, College of the Redwoods went into Cupertino and they beat the De Anza team 32-6. I mean, they pretty easily handled them. So obviously, De Anza has just made leaps and bounds in their play over last season. And this is a much, much better football team. And like I said, they're driven by their quarterback and Tavius Jackson, who has some pretty ridiculous numbers coming into this game. This should be good, but CR better be ready.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 60-second timeout on the other side. Liam's exclusive interview with head coach Jason White. We are under 10 minutes away from football. De Anza College of the Redwoods coming up shortly here on ESPN 107.3. Corsairs Mountain Lions just moments away from tipping off the combined record of these two teams, 13-1. Monterey Peninsula College handed the Corsairs their only defeat of the season back in week 3. Corsairs, if you're, again, just looking comparatively to last year, less dominant. They have a lot of stuff to clean up, but they've had 3 weeks off to do it. Their previous game was all the way back on October the 12th. We are all the way here in November, nearly an entire month off. We will see how this Corsairs team fares today. The Redwoods did win the toss. They elected to defer to the second half. Liam, these two teams, they've been talking a lot pregame. This is going to be a hotly contested matchup.
Yeah, there are quite a few words said between the teams pregame, so yeah, should be fun.
Two teams that are fired up want to win. Again, Pacific 7 matchup. Both teams undefeated in conference play, looking to position themselves to be number 1 at the end of the season as Ryan Thomas has the ball queued up. Moments away from kickoff. Anza, all white with red helmets. They got red stripes running down the left side of their pants for CR. Gold stripe with black pants, gold trim around red numbers, black helmets. Ryan Thomas has it set up, and we are underway. A short line drive kick, mishandled at the 19, going to be picked up at the 20. Returning to the left side, good coverage for the Corsairs, splits a couple defenders, turns it upfield. Breaking loose at the 45, dragged down all the way out at the 50. And how about DeAndre Alvarado for the Mountain Lions getting things started? They're going to be set up with superb field position all the way out at midfield.
Yeah, certainly not what you want to give up to a very high-powered offense. Like I said pregame, I mean, they are second in the state in points per game at 49. They're fifth in the state in yards per game at 430. And Tavius Jackson, 295 yards per game, their quarterback, 25 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Well, the Corsairs had good coverage lanes on the kickoff. They had everybody spaced out. They just didn't make the tackle. And Alvarado just went right up the middle between 2 arm tackles, splitting defenders, had some room, got all the way out to the 50. Here's a handoff. Going to the left side, pressure in the backfield, trying to cut back. Is Hadley. He's brought down right at the line of scrimmage. First play, no gain for the Mountain Lions. Second down and 10. Corsairs defensively across the front. Moe Leatawa leading the way. Connor Long has been a standout defensive end. Local kid from Del Norte High School. I don't see Long out there to start this game. Looks like they've got Carter Rasmussen on the outside. Short pass is completed at the CR45, battling forward and brought down after a gain of about 8. It's Evans Murray on the reception, 8 yards, going to bring up third down and short. Corsairs are going to.
Yeah, you can already tell. I mean, this is going to be a game where CR is going to have to be careful with post-whistle flags because you can tell after every play they are talking to each other on the field. So you just want to limit, doing things in the dead ball period to hurt your team.
Malinowski was in on the stop there and got away with a little bit of a suplex at the end. No call. Here we go, third down and short. It's a read option. Give on the right side. Trying to turn the corner. Stopped in. Staying on his feet and getting there after the second effort is Hadley. Elijah Hadley looked to be dead in the water for a couple yards loss. Able to stay on his feet. Moe Leatawa finally forced him out. Moving the chains for the Mountain Lions on third down and short. So fresh set of downs, ball be at the right hash, 35-yard line. There's about 13 minutes to go if you're just joining us first quarter. College of the Redwoods, Anza College from the Redwood Bowl, alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji on ESPN 107.3, also streaming live on the Corsair YouTube live stream. First down and 10. Jackson taking a second to make some adjustments at the line, gets the snap. We've got a whistle. This is going to be blown dead, and I think a timeout was called by the Mountain Lions. Don't see a penalty marker down on the field. So the Corsairs or coaching staff is arguing that they did not call a timeout. And Jason White's irate.
You can hear Coach White all the way up here.
And I'm not sure. Wide receivers coach Maurice Purify was the only coach kind of in the neighborhood of the side judge who called for the timeout. Still have the stoppage. Corsairs remain out on the field while De Anza huddling around their coach, taking the most of it. I mean, if you got a stoppage, you might as well get over to the sideline to discuss. But regardless, officials meeting out on the field to sort this one out. As we'll take a moment to thank Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. So Jason White gets his request. No timeout was granted, no penalty assessed. Set up again for first down. Jackson shotgun, Hadley the running back to his left, 12:40 to go, first quarter. Snapping, it's a handoff inside to Hadley, dropped in the backfield, 2-yard loss.
Elijah Hadley, the ball player, mother by Mary Bailey.
Tackle was made inside by Perry Bailey. It'll be second down and 12, ball at the right hash. The Corsair 37-yard line. So get a little shake and bake to get down to the 30-yard line. Make it third down and 5.
Yeah, the Redwoods defense are doing a great job at getting to the football. They're just missing some tackles, and it's kind of understandable given that they've had 3 weeks off.
Well, and give some credit to this Mountain Lion receivers is
very true.
They've been doing a good job breaking arm tackles. Got to get multiple hats to the ball if you're the Corsairs. Third down and 5. Snap, and we've got a movement before the play. Jumping early on third down. Anza, that'll back him up 5. Most likely going to have to change the play call here as you go from third and 5 to third and 10. Move the ball back near the 35. Again, still at the right hash. No score, 11-13 to go. First quarter alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji. Corsair football from the Redwood Bowl. CR has not had a game since October 12th. Finally back in action here at home. They've got 3 more games to conclude the regular season, including this one here today. Snap, Jackson comes back to the right again. Evans Murray trying to make a move at the 30. Stiff arm drag down. They ran that same play on second down and 12. Got 8. This time they get 12 and move the chains. It's been a pain point, Liam, for CR, allowing third down conversions. They do a good job on first and second down, but can't hold them to force the turnover on downs.
Well, and this De Anza team is very good on third down. They're third in the state with a 51% third down percentage coming into this game. So it's going to be tough.
And Tavius Jackson with Hadley to his right, takes the snap, looks left, comes back right, eyes still downfield, throws and too high. Intended for Akeem Wright on a post route.
The receiver shoved one of the Redwoods defensive backs after the play, but no flag was thrown.
That was Tagaloa who tried to put on a little bit of showmanship with that. It was just
maybe a little.
It was a love tap, Liam, a love tap.
Maybe a little bit.
So Esau Tagaloa, who's started as the backup for Kellen Pledger. Pledger lost for the season due to injury, is now the starter.
I believe he had an interception.
Tagaloa, yes, has had 2 interceptions, I believe. Back-to-back games. Play action, bubble pass left to Dawkins. Dawkins trying to turn the corner at the 20, stays in bounds, goes out near the 10. Devin Dawkins. So talk about this receiving core. We've seen Elisha Evans Murray, not even one of their top receivers as we look at Devin Dawkins, Akeem Wright, and Jadari Young. So a deep, deep receiving core for De Anza. Their first drive over 5 minutes already. Clock continues to tick, and remember, they only had half the field to go. They got the ball at the 50-yard line. So a team that throws the ball a majority of the time, keeping the clock running on this first drive. Ball spotted at the 12, left hash. Jackson, high snap, pulls it down, gives to Hadley, trying to cut back right. Got through a couple black jerseys before he's ultimately brought down at the 8-yard line. Gain of 3 on the carry. Brings up second down again. Mountain Lions do not have to score a touchdown here. They can get a first down just inside the 3-yard line. We approach the 9-minute mark, first quarter, no score. This is the first drive of the game. 3 receivers right, 1 left for Jackson. Now brings a man in motion across the formation. Takes the snap, looks left. Makes the throw too high, intended for Evans Murray. Tried to go on a corner route to the back pylon. Just a couple inches too high. Incomplete pass stops the clock with 8:52, brings up third down and 6. Corsairs, a team that like to go more man defense in the red zone, showed it on that play. In addition to having a limited amount of field to cover, it's definitely benefited them inside of that red zone. But this is really where this team buckles down. And now we're going to have a timeout called, an actual timeout taken by Anza there first of the game. We'll go ahead and take a 30-second timeout with them. Back shortly on ESPN 107.3. So third down and 6, going to be what the Anza Mountain Lions are planning for with the timeout, alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji here on ESPN 107.3. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Aboveboard Construction, Roofing and Solar, the highest quality residential and commercial product and installation in the North State, as well as Schaefer's Ace Hardware. And as always, our broadcast made in part by Stewart Telecommunications. Third down and 6 upcoming. Ball at the left hash, no score. Anza trying to complete their drive. Snap, they're going to go fade to the left side. Caught for a touchdown and a shove at the end from Akeem Wright as he went up and got that one. Brought it down. And Liam, a little bit of contact there by Wright to get the extension, and Jimmy Fomby was in coverage for the Corsairs, and Akeem Wright with some words afterwards, but a good job by Fomby not to respond. Mountain Lions strike first, 6-0, 8:47 to go, first quarter. The swinging gate formation on the PAT. The line entirely to the left side with one skill position player. Now we're going to bring everybody in. I'm going to keep an eye on Antavius Jackson. The quarterback is the holder. Snap down, PAT is up, and the kick is good. So 8:47 to go, first quarter. Mountain Lions strike first. Redwoods to get the ball next on ESPN 107.3. Anza College took the opening drive, went 50 yards in 6 minutes and 13 seconds as a line drive kick. It's going to take a couple of bounces, mishandled, and goes out of bounds, but CR touched it. Very poor starting field position. Looks like they'll be starting off at their 12, a huge contrast. Again, Anza took the return and brought it all the way out to midfield. They had a short field to go. CR with the mishandle on the kickoff. They're going to have a long ways to go to even try and even this game up. So offense heads out onto the field for the first time. I'm going to spot that ball at the 11. Oh, somebody who doesn't make a ton of mistakes, Isaiah Hemmings, wasn't able to haul it in there. Hemmings is out there with the quarterback, Brighton Livingston, two receivers to either side. First handoff is to Hemmings, breaks through right up the middle. Isaiah Hemmings picking up right where he left off, 12 yards on his first carry, fresh set of downs. So Isaiah Hemmings right up the middle. Again, great blocking from the offensive line.
Isaiah Hemmings, he's the guy that if the rest of the offense is struggling, he's the guy to get them down the field. And you mentioned that offensive line. I mean, that the offensive line has been the key to the Corsairs' offensive, doing well this season.
Hand off again to Hemmings, running the left side behind all-conference tackle Kale Kuska. Able to pick up about 4 or 5 yards. Good pickup and brings up second down and medium. And Liam, even if the offense isn't able to get going, I think the purpose and intent today with giving Hemmings some early carries to jumpstart the offense, to get him going early on.
Yeah, that's right. Not put too much pressure on Brighton Livingston early on.
Corsairs shift the formation. They got a tight bunch right. Hemmings is the back, is a high snap. Livingston able to corral it. Pass out short. Caught by Hemmings. And we've got a flag flying in at the end of the play on the far side of the field. Jake Burns in the defensive back for Anza, tied up late after the play.
Yep, my guess is we're going to see a lot of those today.
So the pass was completed for no gain. The referees are going to confer there. I didn't see it. It was on the far side of the field outside of the play. All I saw was the flag come flying in late. So Jaden Burns threw his hands up in frustration at the end, and that one's got tied up there with Desmond Sampson. Sampson's been pointing to his head the whole time, so you know that the Anza coaching staff has been talking to these kids about finding, there's a pain point with being able to talk and being able to create that competitive advantage. You've got the energy, you want to chirp people, but you've got to know where that line is. That time, Jaden Burns, again, crossed the line. And the discipline from Sampson not to retaliate is something that obviously these coaching staffs have talked to their players about it. CR not showing it there as Brighton Livingston takes the snap, looking left, still looking left, steps up in the pocket, eyes downfield, pass to Aguirre, completed out across the 25-yard line, but that's going to be well short of the line to gain. Corsairs are going to have to punt, and personal foul, Liam, killed the drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a legitimate tactic. I mean, trying to get under the other team's skin, trying to get them, trying to talk, get them to retaliate, because usually, when there's a scuffle, the officials are going to throw the flag on the guy who retaliates. That's usually how it goes.
And we were making no comments about the morality or the strategy behind that, but merely what's going on. And
yeah,
again, these two teams are chippy. They got a lot to play for, so the emotions will run high today as we're under 6:40 to go. Snap to Thomas. Eyes downfield. He still hasn't kicked it away yet, letting for his coverage team get downfield, takes a bounce. Corsair bounce at the 40 across the 30, and finally picked up at the 28-yard line. Anza will send the offense back out on the field, leading 7-0 with 6:28 to go. Again, alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji. I'd like to thank a couple more of our sponsors: your local Moman, Hunter & Sons Construction, St. Bernard's Academy, Harper Motors, and the one that keeps us on the air, Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. Free estimates for project inquiries, as well as the ability to work with insurance claims and other financing options. Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. Liam, Corsairs unable to get the offense going. They're going to rely on the defense on this drive to try and keep this game single digits.
Yeah, the defense needs to stop, and they've had slow starts before. I mean, the last game at Los Medanos, they started out pretty fast, but
Just like that, flag pre-snap. Second false start against the Mountain Lions today. If you'll remember all the way back, I know it was a while ago, back to Chabot, Corsairs trailed big in that game. They were down at the half and then absolutely turned it on in the second half. The final score of that game was 54-35, but it took the offense 2 quarters to get it going.
yeah, I mean, this is definitely a second half team. This is definitely a momentum team. They just need to keep it close in the first half.
Snap, quick pass left, completed to Hadley, and he is dragged down at the 20, right where he caught it. It'll end up being a loss of 3. So after the penalty and the completion for negative yards, it's going to be 2nd down and 18 for De Anza. De Anza, a team that's kind of shifted their ideology as a team. Hadley got the ball a ton when these two teams played last year. Sophomore out of Mallard Creek. Snap. Pressure coming on the outside, stepping out of the pocket, delivering a strike over the middle. That's caught by Aiden Butler. Still going. Breaking tackles down the left side. 20-10-5. Touchdown, Mountain Lions. And 2 CR players. A brilliant block by De Anza on the close side of the 50. But we've got a flag down in that area.
So he was putting his arm up in the air, as he was running into the end zone. I don't know if they would penalize
Was
him
the
for
flag
that.
that late? Because I know that was a great block downfield. Took a CR defender and pushed him into another one. 2 guys with 1 block, which is what freed up Butler to go down that left side of the field. Well, I got a referee making notes, so I'm guessing you might be right about this, Slam. We'll see.
I was partly right on the penalty. I was wrong about which team was going to get it.
Well, I'm confused because he said defense number 3, but pointed at De Anza. So there we go. So that
Okay.
is the first foul on Antavius Jackson, as he got the swinging gate formation to get on the PAT. But with 5:31 to go in the first half, it's been all De Anza. As they take the snap, they're going to run the option right. Throw over the middle. 2-point conversion is good. Got some whistles. So penalty, legal formation against De Anza, and they will just line up to kick the PAT. But that's going to be something to watch, is lining up in the swinging gate formation. You can run the play out of it, or you could shift. It's just up to the quarterback, Antavius Jackson, to read what he sees out of the defense. PAT is up and good, just like that. 5:31 to go. First quarter, De Anza up 14-0 on CR. They're going to try to get their offense going next on ESPN 107.3. Corsairs trailing 14-0 here at home. 5.5 to go first quarter. De Anza Mountain Lions came into this game 7-0. They are up 14-0 already on the Corsairs. That Unsportsmanlike penalty forces De Anza to kick off from their own 20. It's going to be handled at the 15. And catching a block and breaking room on the right side. Fat Williams across the 50. The 40 cuts back, stays on his feet, and is going to be forced out inside the 30 at the Mountain Lions 28-yard line. The electric playmaker able to hopefully jumpstart CR here, puts them back in prime field position. How about the block by Jordan Bowers? He's the one who opened it up for him. As much as Williams gets credit for that return, make sure Jordan Bowers gets his flowers too. Huge block to spring Williams over the right side. Corsairs set up with 29 yards to pay dirt. Bunch tight. 3 receivers right, Livingston in the pistol. Play action, rolling out, eyes downfield, comes back left, throwing back for Hemmings, caught at the 10, still going, dragged down at the 5. Defense went with the Gide going right. Hemmings on the wheel route after the play action, hauls it in inside, 1st and goal, Corsairs. Very nice play designed by Jason White. Get the defense going one way, throw back the other. Chunk play for the Corsairs. They're set up inside the 5-yard line. Under 5 to go. Corsairs trail 14-0. Again, Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji right here on ESPN. As we got a formation going inside, handoff, jumbo, and drag down. Bowers, who sprung that long kickoff return, gets the carry inside, able to get down inside the 2, depending on where they mark this ball. It'll be inside the 1, so just inches away from the goal line. Corsairs right back on the ball. Same formation, handoff, Bowers again, jumping over the pile and in. 3 plays later, Corsairs answer back. So the explosive play one way for De Anza. Huge kickoff return from Williams. And again, Liam, personal fouls have already played a huge part in this game as it put the Corsairs in 3rd and long on their first drive, unable to convert. And then there, De Anza kicking off from their own 20, receive the kickoff about 15 yards up from where you would have. Big return by Williams. So with 4:16 to go, first quarter, Corsairs have their first points on the board. Hemmings the holder, Thomas the kicker. It is up and good with some whistles.
As another flag is thrown, I was going to say, I think this game is going to partly be decided by penalty flags.
Did Ryan Thomas move early? Because that's what it looked like to me. He started leaning forward. I don't know if they tagged him for that. Yep, that's what he's signaling over to Coach Bean on the sideline, or Jason White, one of the two. See what the call is. He's talking to Coach White, so should be on the Mountain Lions. Covered up the long snapper, can't do that. PAT is up and good. Corsairs lead at 14-7. We'll take a 30-second timeout. Defense back on the field shortly on ESPN 107.3. Corsairs cut the lead in half. 14-7 with 4:16 to go first quarter. Thomas to kick it away, and this one's a good one. Going back and letting it go out, DeAndre Alvarado. It will be a touchback. And there's a flag after the play. As going down the field was Noah Oden. Second flag is coming late. He was fired up after, got a shove from a De Anza player. That was the first flag. I was looking down when the second one came in, Liam. But No shortage of yellow markers early on.
The end of the play. Unfortunately, conduct. Number 50 is returning to me. That's not his first. Number 50 first game. The second unfortunately going to control attention.
So they tag Malcolm Martin. He's the one who shoved Noah Odin, and the second flag came in just to reinforce that. Half the distance to the goal. And it'll be, this ball should be further back. They've got it spotted at the 14, but if it was from the 20, either way, first and 10 from the 14,
Yeah, the math
4:16 to
isn't
go.
mathing.
Handoff, Hadley running right, trying to break a couple tackles, fighting for more yards. And brought down at the 20.
Corsairs.
I mean, I've said this before. I mean, this De Anza team, it is very clear they're coming in, they're going to talk, they're going to, shove a little bit, try to get under the skin of the Corsairs. But I mean, the Corsairs need to be disciplined. I mean, those flags are not always going to go your way. So just really have to stay disciplined and not retaliate after the plays are over.
Handoff again to Hadley, trying to find any room right. Gets back to the line. It's a little bit of push forward. Going to end up being a gain of 1. Kyler Smith.
They bring up third down to the mountain lion.
In on the stop, I believe Bryson Price in there as well. So it's Bryson Price who came out celebrating out of the pile. 3rd down and 4. 3 minutes to go, first quarter. De Anza with a 14-7 lead. Mountain Lions have already converted 2 third downs this afternoon. Snap, Jackson looking right, throws completed. First down, brought down at the 29-yard line. So the quick hitter on a hitch route moves the chains. And perfect 3 for 3 on 3rd down. So the ball be spotted. Nose of the football at the 30-yard line, right hash. Three receivers left, 1 right for the Mountain Lions. And Tavius Jackson, low snap, able to haul it in. Pressure coming on the right side. Rolling out to his right, throws downfield, caught at the 45 and gets forward before being driven back at the 49. But Devin Dawkins on the reception and a chunk play for the Mountain Lions. So Jackson flushed out of the pocket, kept his eyes downfield, and delivered a strike to Dawkins. You're going to move that ball back. He's going to be spotted at the 47-yard line, under 2 to go. First and 10. Tried with the clap hard count. Didn't get anybody. Play action. Screen to the left side for the wide receiver. Falling forward. Gain of 3. Is Akeem Wright on the reception there. Ronan Kimbrough out there with the tackle for Redwoods, and De Anza back out at midfield.
Coach White said something very interesting in the interview. Coming into this game, De Anza's won 6 out of their 7 games by at least 21 points. And he was saying, well, this De Anza team, they have not had to fight for a win yet. All of their wins have basically been blowouts. So, I mean, what we need to do is keep this game close and make them fight. And then we have a chance at winning this game.
Well, I think they knew that as well because they brought the energy. Snap to Jackson, empty backfield, flushed out, stepping up in the pocket. Now he's going to tuck it and run, trying to make a move to the left side, breaks a tackle, gets across the 40 and tripped up before he finally goes out of bounds. Issa Tagovailoa was the one who tripped him up as he was toe tapping down the sideline. But another fresh set of downs for the Mountain Lions. They're in Corsair territory down to the 33-yard line. So 30 seconds to go, first quarter. De Anza will have to run another play before the expiration of the first quarter. Taking their time now. Break the huddle, 2 receivers left, 2 right, 4 down linemen for the Corsairs. Going to shift Dawkins around to the left side, throw a little bubble screen to him. Able to pick up a few before being forced out of bounds. Gain of 5. Marked down out of bounds at the 28-yard line with 5 seconds to go. Now the clock winds, and that will take us to the end of the first quarter. Your score, De Anza 14, College of the Redwoods 7. You're listening to Redwoods football on ESPN 107.3. So Corsairs trailing 14-7. Mountain Lions putting together a nice drive here in the second quarter alongside Liam Warner. I'm Mitchell Mongi. Corsair football brought to you by Above Board Construction, Roofing and Solar. Roofing, solar, construction, gutters and generators. Think Above Board Construction, Roofing and Solar. We'll be joined by head coach of the Corsair men's basketball team, Ryan Bezio, at the half. Some really good stuff Coach Bezio's talking about, and a lot of success for this Corsair men's basketball team. A lot of new guys on the squad this year as they're going to look to put together a run. And one of the things Coach Bezio had mentioned, bolstering that strength is schedule. Well, here from the football field for the Corsairs, their conference has strengthened themselves as De Anza. A very strong season this year, coming in at 7-0. Low snap handled by Jackson. Stepping up in the pocket. Pressure coming, and he's brought down from behind. Sack on the play. We've got flags coming in. Looks like it's going to be a holding call against De Anza. Liam, what did you see?
Well, it looked, well, yeah, they are going to call hold. I was going to say it looked pretty close to a face mask for me, but
I thought he wrapped him up from behind, but the way that came in, it was Reginald Dillon, the left tackle, brought down somebody with him, and now we see Connor Long out on the field. He was the one who got the pressure going from the outside. So 2 holding calls against the offense. They'll both be declined. And Connor Long, who's not out there in the first quarter, is back out. We don't have any information other than that, but looks to be good to go. And the rest of the way into the Redwoods sideline, giving the money signs. It's 3rd down, 3rd and 9 upcoming, 14:45 to go, second quarter. De Anza Mountain Lions, a perfect 3 for 3 on 3rd down. Ball spotted at the 32. 2 receivers left, 2 right. They bring a man in motion. Going back the other way, slipped but gathered himself. Jackson, pressure coming, steps up, flushed out left. Trying to break a tackle on the left side and brought down right at the sticks. And I think he fell forward with just enough. Needed 9, got 10 on the scramble. But Liam, 2 plays. Long has been in there on defensive end, and 2 plays. Jackson's been under pressure.
Yeah, it just shows how much he means to this defense. And I mean, you're really going to need to get pressure on Antavius Jackson. And, in the interview with Coach White, Coach White kind of compared Antavius Jackson to a Kyler Murray type. He's very sly, can run, obviously can sling the football. So big challenge.
As you mentioned, the leading rusher for this De Anza team. Snap, handoff, Hadley running right. He's got a lane to go, and Hadley down across the 15 falls forward. Tackle was made by Victory Orikanu Simon. And Orikanu Simon, somebody that started this season as an outside cornerback. They shifted him inside to play some more nickel, which he's grown accustomed to doing. They did it on the fly on a game earlier this year. I believe it was the Chabot game, where it was an in-game adjustment. Martin and Fomby are the outside corners. Snap, looking left. Fomby in coverage, trying to go back to Akeem Wright on the outside, too far. Drops incomplete. That'll bring up third down and short. Looks to be about 3 yards. 13-14 to go, second quarter. Alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji. In case you're just checking in, first drive for De Anza, they took the kickoff return all the way out to the 50, went down and scored. CR 3-and-out. De Anza had a long play up the left side, a touchdown completion with a couple broken tackles. They took a 14-0 lead. Corsairs with a big kickoff return inside the 30 from Fat Williams. Went down to score, and that's where we are with 13-14 to go in the second quarter. Third and short for De Anza. Looking left. Throw over the middle is caught, and a touchdown. Devin Dawkins hauls it in. We've got a penalty flag after the touchdown was scored. Dawkins on a seam route right down the middle. One high safety, and Dawkins snagged that on the one after he beat the CR defensive back and cruised right into the end zone. A very nice throw from Antavius Jackson.
Number 4. Number 15
So there's no number 4 on defense. Isaiah Hemmings is the only number 4 on the Corsair roster. Oh, we'll play on. We'll be able to tell on the kickoff who that penalty was on. Swinging gate again. Throw to the right side. What a catch! Evans Murray went up and got it, falling backwards, contorted his body midair to snag in the 2-point conversion. 22-7. Mountain Lions with the lead. We'll take a 30-second timeout. Corsairs get the ball back on ESPN 107.3. (22-7). Corsairs trailing, and that was number 4 against De Anza who got it because they're kicking off from the 20 again. Low line drive kick handled by Fat Williams. Williams cutting back to the right side. Bowers leading the way. Williams at the 40 looking for a lane. Williams across the 50 and forced out of bounds in plus territory. So 2 unsportsmanlikes after touchdowns for De Anza. And the Corsairs have had good starting field position their last 2 drives after mishandling the opening kickoff and starting from their own 12. Liam Warner, it's 22-7 with 13 to go in the second quarter. I mean, what are your thoughts of this game already?
My thoughts are, I mean, the Corsairs need to be more disciplined, after the whistle's over. I've already said that multiple times, but obviously this De Anza team is very good, and it's very tough to play an offense like that after you've been off for 3 weeks. I mean, this is going to be an uphill battle, but I mean, I think the Corsairs can do it. They just need to lock in.
2 tight ends, either side of the line, 2 receivers left. Livingston in the pistol. Handoff, running left. Looking for a lane is Hemmings. Hemmings dropped at the line of scrimmage. Might have even lost a half yard. Was looking for a lane and didn't find anything to run. So it'll be second down and 11. We'll call it 2nd and 10, still back at the 49-yard line. And just think about the position that this Corsair team would be in without Fat Williams, without his electric speed and able to set him up in good position off those 2 kickoffs. Livingston in the shotgun, Hemmings to his left. He's got 3 receivers right. Takes a snap, drops back to pass, comes back with a screen to Hemmings left, and all over him is Anza right there leading the way. Amasaya Tanilu. Be a 5-yard loss, so back-to-back plays of a loss or no gain. Corsairs staring right down the barrel of 3rd and 15. Under 12 to go, 2nd quarter. 22-7, Anza on top. Ball spotted at the Corsairs' own 46-yard line. 3 receivers right. Burns is the only one left. Pumps for Burns. It's a double move, trying to get it. Livingston took a shot at the end of the play. Throw was too far for Burns. And it falls incomplete. Punt team on 3 and out for the Corsairs. So after good starting field position, 2 negative plays and an incomplete pass, just moments after Anza scores, they're going to get the football back. Not something you see often on the punt return, as they've got 2 guys deep. Alvarado and Dawkins. High kick from Thomas. Just got that one away. Mountain Lions are going to let it bounce. It'll be fair caught and handled off of 1 bounce by Dawkins at the 14-yard line. Excuse me, Alvarado. That's where the Mountain Lions will take over. 11:13 to go, 2nd quarter. The offense only put 7 points on the board. Defense is going to need to give him some help. And Tavius Jackson has been on point and on target all afternoon long so far. When he's felt pressure, he's been able to escape 1 sack for CR so far. But Jackson, the leading passer and rusher on this team, he's got 7 TDs on the ground and 25 through the air coming into this one. But the most impressive stat, 1 interception all year long.
Yeah, I mean, he's been real good. He's been one of the top quarterbacks in the entire state at the junior college level.
Snap, quarterback read. Jackson dropped. Connor Long along with Jaira Yuwani. No gain on the rush by Jackson. 2nd down and 10. Ball at Anza's own 14-yard line. So they come out in a tight formation for the first time with a bunch left. Receiver right, Akeem just a couple feet away from the right tackle. Now they shift Dawkins to the opposite side of the formation. Quick throw on the right side to Dawkins. Dawkins, little shake and bake, trying to find any room going horizontally. Able to pick up 4 on the play. Bring up 3rd down and 5.
Well, that tackle, we're going to bring up 5.
So 3rd down, 10 minutes to go, 2nd quarter. 3rd down has been a struggle for the Corsairs. Anza is perfect on 3rd down so far today. The stop here would be huge. The CR defense. Martin one-on-one with Akeem Wright on the outside as they're going to do a play action fake. Jackson trying to run it up the middle. He didn't get there. Gain of just 1 as he was swarmed immediately. Rice and Price in on the tackle.
Going to bring up
among others, and Anza for the first time today brings their punt team onto the field. A huge 3 and out forced by the Corsair defense.
Huge stop. I mean, obviously, when you're down by multiple possessions, you need stops. You need to get the football back, and you need to do something with that.
And why not put the football in the hands of your most electric playmaker, Fat Williams, pacing back and forth at his own 45-yard line. He's already got 2 good kickoff returns today. You got whistles right at the snap. Corsairs tried a hard, or rather, Anza tried a hard count. Had some movement on the defensive side, but not before the offense moved. That's a false start. We'll back them up 5 more. So Tim Blackmore heels on his own goal line. Low snap, handled it, and just gets it away. A spiraling kick. Williams backing up, handles it at his own 40. Going left, gets by 2 Mountain Lion defenders. Got blockers ahead. Williams across the 40, down inside to the 37. Fat Williams doing more than his part to put his team in a good position. The Corsairs starting yet again with good field position. Try to capitalize it on this time with 8.5 to go, second quarter. So first down and 10. Anza leads it 22-7. 2 receivers right for the Corsairs. Ball in the left hash. Pistol, handoff, Hemmings. Good push from the line. Hemmings cuts back to the right. Hemmings, first down and more. Down inside to the 24-yard line. Isaiah Hemmings. A nice carry over the right side. But how about the push from the offensive line? All 5 guys working in tandem. They reset the line of scrimmage about 4 yards back. And Hemmings, plenty of room to run. First and 10 from the 24. Handoff Hemmings trying to cut back up the middle. Hemmings with another good carry. Falling forward, gain of 6 on the play. Almost halfway through the second quarter. Corsairs trailing 22-7. Haven't gotten a ton going on the offensive side. Their touchdown drive was a mere 28 yards as they got set up with a good kick return. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers to either side. Handoff again. Hemmings, good push, cuts it back. Hemmings making a man miss and falling forward, brought down inside the 15. First down carry. They'll mark him down at the 13-yard line. Corsairs leaning on their run game, which has been very successful. And the bright spot for this offense. Livingston again in the gun. They're going to give it to Hemmings again running right. Hemmings with blockers. Hemmings bouncing off a tackler at the 5, still churning. Flag came in behind the play. We had 2 Mountain Lion players laying down, and as well as a lineman for the Corsairs taking a knee, but that is right around where the flag was thrown. Doesn't look like the play will stand, but should it? It was about 10 yards on the carry from Hemmings.
Personal foul. Illegal overthrow the league. Repeat right now.
So an illegal chop block goes against Fat Williams, and 15-yard penalties have been quite detrimental. So we've got a stoppage for the injury. Anza player helped off the field, walking off under his own power. Hope that he's all right. Same formation for the Corsairs. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends. Livingston from the pistol. Play action. Beautiful sell. Throwing left. Pass is caught. And down to about the 15-yard line, close to the original line of scrimmage, goes Caleb Price, the tight end. And a very nice gain on 1st and 25. First and 20, rather. Should be second down and 11. Line to gain is the 3-yard line. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers right. They bring Williams in motion. Play action, give it to Hemmings. Hemmings running up the middle. Hemmings with blockers. Puts his shoulder down, still driving. Did he get in? Yes! Touchdown, Corsairs! So a 6:02 second quarter. Isaiah Hemmings goes 14 yards to pay dirt. Corsairs chipping away at this lead as Ryan Thomas is on for the point after try. Hemmings the holder. Good snap. Kick is up, and it is good. 6:02 remaining second quarter. Corsairs cutting into the lead. 22-14. Anza still on top, and a nice drive there. You're listening to Corsair Football on ESPN 107.3. So Anza jumped out to an early lead. They had to score at 22-7. Corsairs able to drive down with good starting field position. Touchdown drive goes 49 yards to score, capped off with a 14-yard rushing touchdown by Isaiah Hemmings. Kick from Thomas is away, and it's a dribbler. It's going to be handled by Dawkins at his inside his own goal line, going up the middle, and Dawkins finally brought down. Only able to get out to about the 18-yard line. That's where Antavius Jackson and the Anza offense will head back out. So defense forced a 3-and-out on the last possession for the Corsairs. Just joining us, 5:57 to go, second quarter. Anza leading College of the Redwoods 22-14. Two receivers to each side for Jackson. Throws, and the pass is bobbled and hauled in. Pass caught by Jadari Young. Jamison Martin in coverage. Martin with great coverage put the initial hit to disrupt that pass, and then Young just able to haul it in basically midair. Gain of 7 on the play, gets him out to the 25. Jackson again from the shotgun. Shifts the man out of his backfield. Coming back with the screen on the other side. Caught by Dawkins. Dawkins looking for room. Not much there. Got close to the line to gain. Rather not Dawkins, but Wright hauled it in. First down yardage. So we approach 5 minutes to go, second quarter. Keem Wright caught the first touchdown to put Anza up 7-0. Butler hauled in the long second score. It was 14-0. Bowers punched it in from a yard out. Corsairs closed the gap 14-7. Dawkins with the touchdown. Close to where we stand today as that pass was too high for Wright over the middle. And the Hemmings 14-yard touchdown run makes it 22-14 where we stand right now. 4:42 to go, second quarter. Second down and 10. Richter comes off. Some substitutions defensively for CR. Fomby now into the slot on the left side in coverage. Jackson back to pass, looking left. Pressure coming, steps up to avoid it, and ultimately goes down. Connor Long got there. Initial pressure from Moe Leatawa. Second sack of the game for the Corsair defense. A very big shift now from, didn't have Long for the first quarter, but he's back out there making his presence felt. Leatawa forced the pressure. Jackson stood up, stepped up, and Long cleaned him up. Loss on the play of 5 yards, 3rd down and 15. Approaching 4 minutes to go. Second quarter. Those middle 8 that so many coaches talk about. Final 4 minutes, first 4 minutes of the second half. Jackson back to pass, completed to Dawkins across the middle. And another 3rd down conversion. Did he stay in bounds? No. Stepped out at the 50. But I think that puts the Mountain Lions at 4 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. The 3 and out on the previous drive, the lone time, the Corsairs were able to stop, and that was 3rd down and long. So I had Devin Dawkins on a crossing route. The job from Antavius Jackson. Seeing here today with my own eyes why he's got a 25-1 touchdown to interception ratio. And it's higher now with his touchdown passes today. Empty backfield. Jackson back to pass. Pressure coming. Rolls out, directing traffic. Trying to make a move and brought down. Gain of just 4. Levi Walker was there for the Corsairs. Perry Bailey came in to help him clean it up. Gain of 5. Tempo for Anza. Quick throw. Left side. Trying to make a move. Falling down. Going to be just short of the line to gain is Akeem Wright. So he's going to be marked down just short. It'll be the 41-yard line of the Corsairs. We've got a timeout on the field. I was wondering why the clock was stopped. Anza takes their second timeout of the half. We'll take one with them back at 30 seconds on ESPN 107.3. It's going to be 3rd down and short coming out of the timeout. I was talking just a few moments ago about the middle 8, the final 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 minutes of the second half, how critical that is in these games and how much it can swing it. We're sitting at 22-14, Anza on top. 3rd down and short here, and if CR could make a stop and get the football back, that would be huge. They're going to go under center and try to get the push, and I don't think they got it with the sneak. They're going the wrong direction. And they're going to give forward progress to Jackson at the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 4th down and 1. We'll see. 30 seconds till we've got the 2-minute timeout. Again, a new rule in junior college football this year. We'll see if Anza tries to run a play or at least line up to try and draw CR off sides. Not be surprised to see a hard count let him take it down to the 2-minute warning. 2 receivers to each side. They do snap the ball. Jackson looking, throwing way downfield. Pass is incomplete. There are no flags. Ronan Kimbrough in coverage for the Corsairs. He was looking for Jadhari Young on the right side, going for it all on 4th and short. And with 2:02 in the second quarter, a huge stop on 4th down for CR. They'll take over at their own 41-yard line. They'll have 3 timeouts, the 2-minute warning after this play, so they can keep the ball on the ground if they choose with Hemmings, and 59 yards to try and close the gap. Offense back out on the field. It's been the ground game getting it done for CR. So they line up 2 tight ends, 2 receivers to the left. Snap, play action, looking left side, pump, go, he's got a man, it's Williams, intercepted, underthrown by Livingston, picked off by Greeley. Greeley cutting on the left side, Greeley to the 50, flags flying, Greeley goes out of bounds. There was a big hit around the Corsair 45-yard line, but what a detrimental play there. They had Aguirre running a hitch route and the wheel route from Williams on the inside receiver. Livingston had him wide open. He just needed to get that ball further downfield. Oh, somebody just said something to the referee on Anza and just drew another flag. We know one is on Anza. As Jaden White, an offensive lineman, said something to the referee at the conclusion of the play when he was headed out on the field. Here's the call.
On return, personal foul. Number 11, that'll be a big stuff for the end of the round of the fun foul. At the end of the play, post like Rondo, number 71 should return PJ. That'll be a 15-yard penalty assessed from the subsequent foul. And then that is his first like Rondo foul of the game.
So both those penalties will result in 30 yards of field position. Anza will be conceding. We are going to have that return that made it all the way out across the 50, taken back inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. But first, we've got the 2-minute timeout. Back in 30 seconds here on ESPN 107.3. So the interception by Brighton Livingston, and he's going to ask this Corsair defense to buckle down and bail him out with 1:48 to go before the half. And just going back to the interception, he had 2 receivers on the left side. The farthest one out closest to the sideline just runs a hitch. 3 yards, turn around, look for the ball. The corner came up and bit on that play. And then you had Williams in the slot running a wheel route, right? So he had beaten the defensive back. For Livingston, you've just got to air that ball out. Give him a chance to run under it. It's the fastest guy on your team. Throw it up and give him a chance. If you miss long, fine. But if you miss short, that's the result in interception. So $1:48 to go. 1 timeout left for Anza. Jackson in the gun. Drops back to pass. Stepping up, Jackson now making it happen with his legs. CR fans below us yelling for a holding could see Connor Long's jersey getting grabbed as he was trying to make an impact on the outside. No call. Chains move. Clock continues to run. Shifting receivers around 2 to each side. Jackson in the gun now. Looking left. Stepping up. Throwing short behind his intended target, Hadley. And we've got a flag that flies in. Jackson took a hit from Long after he delivered the throw. So that'll most likely be roughing the passer on Connor Long, and 15 free yards given to Anza. They'll take it. Move the ball out to the 49-yard line. So minute 22. 51 yards, 1 timeout for Anza. They lead it 22-14. They've lined up in the swinging gate formation on the PAT, gone for it. And gotten it on their last one. 3 receivers right. Jackson out of the gun, looking left, too high. Trying to hit his running back, Hadley. Swing route left out of the backfield, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. That was just a flat miss from Jackson. He had Hadley wide open. If he puts that on him, Hadley's got plenty of room to run up the left side, so a fortunate break by the Corsairs. $1:18 remaining. Ball at the left hash. Gonna go back to that 3 receiver formation on the right side. Jackson gets the snap. Looking right, throws across the middle, completed, and close to the 1st down marker before the tackle was made by Tagaloa. Evans Murray with the reception for the Mountain Lions. They're back up on the ball. It's going to be 3rd down and inches. 2 receivers to either side. Jackson, quick throw, complete again to Evans Murray. Puts his shoulder down, picking up a couple extra yards. Down to the 33-yard line. Clock will stop while they move the chains inside of 2 minutes. As soon as the ball gets reset, that clock will wind, and it starts right now. Jackson gets the snap. Quick throw to the left side, completed to Dawkins. Dawkins at the 30, trying to look for any room. Forced out right at the 30 by Jimmy Fomby. Clock stopped with 39 seconds to go. 4 or 5 yard gain on the out route. Ball spotted at the 29. Corsairs down by 8. Trying to hold it to that margin and get to halftime. De Anza's offense has been firing on all cylinders in this first half. They're looking to extend the lead. Jackson takes the snap, looking left. Pressure coming, hit as he throws. It's up in the air. And was that caught? I believe it was. What a play by Aiden Butler. There was 2 black jerseys around there. Butler just went up, high pointed it, grabbed it. It's almost like a tip ball in basketball, jump ball in basketball. And De Anza burns their final timeout with 32 seconds. But pressure on Jackson, and fortunate to find a target. So 32 seconds to go. De Anza burns their final timeout. We'll go ahead and keep it right here. So we approach halftime. It'll be Liam Warner, and then have a nice conversation with Coach Ryan Bezio, head coach of CR men's basketball team. They're underway 5 games into their preseason slate. Conference play will start in January. A team that Coach Bezio has righted the ship down there. A couple years of success and off and running, but talk to him about it. The same thing it happens in basketball as with football. You got a 2-year school, a lot of turnover. So, and only, a lot of basketball talent in Humboldt County, but right now, Alfonso Medina out of Fortuna, the only local kid on the roster. However, you got 2 assistants who are also Fortuna guys, Justin Claus and Zach Claus. Prolific basketball players at Fortuna High School in their day. 32 seconds to go. First half. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Jackson gets the snap. Eyes left. Pressure coming. Leotawa gets home. Brings him down at the 30-yard line. 3rd sack of the afternoon. Clock runs. De Anza has no timeouts left. They're not even hustling to get back on the ball. 15 seconds to go. 2nd down and 19. See if they try to get another playoff. They're going to have 1 shot at the end zone if they do. 5 seconds to go. 4. Get the snap away. And the play is blown dead. I don't even think De Anza was set. So they call it a false start, but yeah, De Anza was still shuffling around. That sack happened with close to 30 seconds left to go in the game. I think it was about 27 or so. But we've got it all the way down to 2. And if De Anza wants to get a playoff,
College of the Redwood has requested
So with the penalty, they will take the 10-second runoff, and that will bring us to the half. The score of the half, De Anza 22, College of the Redwoods 14. They're going to try to figure out some things offensively at the half, but a good job by the Corsair defense to hold strong and prevent a score on that final drive. Coming up, Liam Warner with the above board roofing and construction halftime show. Coming up next in the 2 minutes on ESPN 107.3.
Welcome back here to the Redwood Bowl here on the campus of Cal Poly Humboldt in beautiful Arcata, California. It is halftime. Your score is 22-14 in favor of De Anza. Let's take you through how we got here. First quarter, Contavious Jackson to Akeem Wright, the corner of the end zone. That would make it 7-0 in favor of De Anza. Then De Anza would add on another one, this time long pass from Jackson to Aiden Butler, making it 14-0. And then CR would get on the board. Jordan Bowers punching it in on the ground, making it 14-7 in favor of De Anza. That's how it would stand at the end of the first quarter. Second quarter, it would be Antavius Jackson yet again to Devin Dawkins, and the 2-point conversion would be good, making it 22-7 in favor of De Anza. And then Isaiah Hemmings, 14 yards on the ground, making it 22-14 in favor of De Anza. And that is currently where we stand as of right now. We'll take a 1-minute break, and then Mitchell Manji's interview with the men's head basketball coach at College of the Redwoods, Ryan Bizio. You are listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN 107.3 FM. Back to the Redwood Bowl here on the beautiful campus of Cal Poly Humboldt here in Arcata, California. It is halftime. Your score is 22-14 in favor of the Anza Mountain Lions. And let's take you through some scores from around the 3C2A. Scores from around the league. We'll find the NorCal scores for you. Let's see. Looking for, here we go, 31-7, Fresno City leading College of the Sequoias. About 7 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Foothill leading San Francisco City College, 14-10. Third quarter just starting there. And at 1 p.m., 1 p.m. kickoff, it was supposed to be no reported score between Shasta and Sierra College. And Butte currently leading Feather River by a score of 48-28. Fourth quarter just starting there. Coalinga leading Los Medanos by a score of 38-25. Fourth quarter just starting there as well. San Jose leading Gavilan by a score of 32-3 midway through the fourth. Reedley leading Sacramento City College by a score of 28-17. San Mateo beating San Joaquin Delta by a score of 51-7. And go through some of the night game starts. Starting later tonight, Santa Rosa will take on American River at 5. And Hartnell will take on Monterey Peninsula at 6 p.m. Couple of teams that Redwoods has played. And then CR's next opponent, Cabrillo, will take on Merced in Cabrillo at 6 p.m. Kick there. Let's take you through some scores from around college football around the country at the FBS level. Ole Miss currently leading Georgia by a score of 22-10 midway through the fourth quarter. Close game in Bloomington, Indiana. Indiana leading Michigan by a score of 17-15 midway through the fourth. Kansas leading Iowa State 38-28 midway through the fourth. Iowa State ranked 17th in the country. Kansas is unranked, so a possible major upset there. Army leading North Texas by a score of 14-3. Almost done there, a couple minutes left. Clemson leading Virginia Tech by a score of 21-7. And then Colorado leading Texas Tech by a score of 23-20. A little over halfway through the third quarter. Some games starting later. Maryland will take on the number one team in the country, Oregon, at Autzen Stadium in Eugene. That game starting at 4. Mississippi State will take on number 7, Tennessee at 4 as well. Florida State will take on number 10, Notre Dame at 4:30. Alabama and LSU, that's a big SEC matchup. Of course, a big rivalry there starting at 4:30 in Baton Rouge. 4:45, Oklahoma will take on number 24, Missouri at 5. Washington will take on number 6, Penn State in State College, Pennsylvania. Then Nevada will take on number 12, Boise State at 5 as well. Virginia taking on number 18, Pittsburgh at 5. And a couple of late starts around top 25. Number 9, BYU will take on Utah in Salt Lake City. And then Utah State will take on number 21, Washington State at 7:30 as well. Looking for some other scores. Mitchell Monge, not a happy camper up here right now. His Oregon State Beavers currently trail San Jose State in Corvallis by a score of 17-13. And then check around the Big Ten. UCLA beat Iowa last night by a score of 20-17 in Pasadena. Earlier today, Rutgers beating Minnesota by a score of 26-19. Around the ACC, of course, including teams on the West Coast like Cal and Stanford. Cal last night beating Wake Forest out in North Carolina, I believe. by a score of 46-36. Boston College over Syracuse 37-31. And a pretty big upset. Georgia Tech over Miami, number 4 Miami, by a score of 28-23. And then Duke leading NC State by a score of 26-19. We'll take a 3.5-minute break, and then Mitchell Monty will be back with your second half call. It is 22-14 in favor of De Anza at the half. You're listening to Redwoods Football, ESPN Radio 107.3 FM.
Corsairs trailing 22-14, just wrapping up halftime here at the Redwood Bowl alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Monchi. Liam, Corsairs flat out are lucky to be down by 8 the way that this first half has gone. They'll take it, but still lucky to be down by 8.
Very, very lucky. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing they kept them close, and I think that gives them a chance in the second half. Because as we've talked about many times, this CR team, they've sometimes struggled in the first half, but then they've been able to turn it on in the second half, and they're going to win this game. They need to do the same today.
So clock has expired. Both teams going back to their sideline, and a lot of unsportsmanlike penalties. I believe 5 in the first half. One against the Corsairs was on Jaden Burns, and I believe all the others were against De Anza. Corsairs again won the toss at the start of the game. They deferred. They will receive the ball trailing by a score to start the second half. It's been the run game that's been working for them on offense. Brighton Livingston has one interception. Jordan Bowers and Isaiah Hemmings both have rushing touchdowns for CR. So we got a ways to go, 30 minutes left. And the Corsairs, Liam, you talked about it first half. They are a second half team. They're also a momentum team. So not that that's ideal. However, it's the nature of the beast. So see if the Corsairs can tap into a little bit of that energy and put something together. Here we go. Second half underway as Blackmore drills the kick. It takes one bounce and is picked up at the 10-yard line by Williams. Picks up a block from Bowers. He's got a lane. Flag flies in, and that's going to be a holding call against the Corsairs as still laying down on a De Anza player was Herman Mitchell. And it was a great block. Took him down to the ground, but then just laid on him on top of him. That's how you get a holding call. My experience with that, Liam, is right on this here field. As a junior in high school playing for Arcata High. And you might have heard of him, a left tackle for Eureka, Jake Hansen.
I might have.
Went Division I to play at Oregon. Went to play on in the NFL for several seasons. But that was my highlight against him, was when drawing a holding call when he pancaked me and then laid on top for several seconds and the flag came in. So that's exactly what happened to there. Holding call will back the Corsairs up to the 30-yard line. 14:52 to go, third quarter. Sun starting to set over the Redwood Bowl. We'll see if they've adjusted the light timers as Hemmings brought down in the backfield. First play of the second half is a loss of 3. Ooh, and not good. Hemmings getting up a little gingerly there, favoring. Looks like one of his ankles. He's going to jog off under his own power, but quickly, Jordan Bowers subbed into the game for him. So second down and 14 upcoming. Again, just underway. Second half alongside Liam Warner, Mitchell Manji here on ESPN 107.3. Also running concurrently on the Corsair football live stream. Livingston in the pistol. Handoff Bowers. Bowers on the left side's got a seam. Bowers, first down, lost the ball, fell right on top of it. And no flag. Frustration from Tashawn Skinner, defensive back for De Anza, as Evan Raymond, got to be careful, kind of came up and cleaned up that pile at the end. Close enough to the end of the play with the football being on the ground. No flag where the refs didn't see it, but a lot of penalty markers have been thrown. 13:45 to go. CR out to the 41. Handoff. Again, Bowers, another good carry, gets 4 yards before he's finally driven backwards. And Skinner, a little bit of redemption there as he gets in on the play, was the first man there, driving Bowers back. And 2 plays later, Zay Hemmings back out on the field for CR, a very good sign for their offense. Second down and 6 upcoming, ball at the 45-yard line of the Corsairs. Left hash. They've gone away from the spread, been running this 2 tight end set quite a bit. Handoff to Hemmings on the right side. Hemmings, an unblocked man from De Anza, came flying in. 4-yard loss on the play. That was Osman Sese, sophomore linebacker, untouched, and met Hemmings right in the gap. That looked like a tackle drill you run in practice. So you've got a stoppage. Got an injured player on De Anza headed off. And Hemmings still after that carry, favoring what looks to be the right ankle. Can't tell for certain, but definitely not 100%. So quickly, Corsairs in 3rd and long. Ball at the right hash. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Livingston the snap, drops back, blitz coming. Picked up by Hemmings, throws too high, and incomplete. He was looking for Williams coming across the middle. It's a really nice job by Isaiah Hemmings to pick up the extra blitzer coming off the edge. Bought Livingston enough time Throw just a bit too high. Again, a reminder right here on ESPN 107.3 tonight, Cal Poly Humboldt men are in action again. They are 1-0 after their victory last night over Simon Fraser. Coach Tift has that team looking very nice. They'll be tested tonight against the host school, Western Washington, up in Bellingham. JB Mathers tip off at 7:30. He's going to be live at 7:15. Ryan Thomas, big spiraling kick. Takes a hop inside the 15. Corsairs with good coverage. It's picked up as CR was just watching it and still going across the 20, bouncing back. Dawkins finally going to be wrestled down, but it looked like that punt would have Deanza pinned inside the 10. There's about 5 black jerseys around the ball. And Dawkins just waited for the moment that ball popped up, grabbed it, and ran, and CR was not expecting it at all. Ends up as a net of about 20, 25 yards in field position is there all the way out to the 30 instead of being up against their own end zone. So special teams mistake puts Deanza in good starting position. 2 receivers, 2 right, 2 left. Jackson hands it off. Hadley running up the middle. Hadley picks up 5. And Antavius Jackson has been picking apart the Corsair defense. They've had just 1 3 and out in the first half. Been absolutely money on third downs, which ironically, the Corsair sideline calls the money down. It's been flipped against them this game. 2nd and 5 for the Mountain Lions. Corner is back out of press. Handoff up the middle. Hadley is dropped. Perry Bailey into the backfield. Loss of 2. 3rd down at 7. Again, Mountain Lions, very efficient on 3rd down. The key here is not only good coverage, but contain with the rushers. Jackson's used his legs quite a bit. Pumps, stepping up, looking to run now, and he's dropped short of the line to gain. Great job by the defensive line not to get too far upfield, knowing that Jackson likes to break, contain, and use his legs. Punt team coming on with 4th and 2 for Deanza. So it'll be just their 2nd time punting today as we approach the 10-minute mark, 3rd quarter. Scored 22-14. Corsairs got the football to start the 3rd quarter. Gave it back. Now Deanza to punt. Kick is away. End over end kick. Takes a Corsair bounce. Comes back and it bounced right too. One of the Corsair players, Cornelius Grushke, a tight end. That just took a weird bounce right back to him. He snagged it and fortunately able to fall down, and that's where the Corsairs will start, is at the 29-yard line. So 2 tight ends. Caleb Price right, Cody Hayes left. 2 receivers to the right. Handoff. Hemmings. He's got 5 and brought down. Skinner on the tackle, and now the lights have started to turn on here at the Redwood Bowl. Liam, you know we're in November when it's 10 minutes to 4 and the lights are coming on at the Redwood Bowl.
That's right. I mean, we were talking earlier about how we were a bit bummed we missed the Yuba games. It was our only night game that we've ever done, but we might end up getting a night game towards the end of this game here.
The way this game's going, it might be dark before this one ends. Handoff. Hemmings cutting back on the left side. Got just enough for the first down yardage. Out close to the 40. And Skinner, defensively for Deanza's, been very vocal this second half. He's petitioning for a number of flags and is clearly upset that he's not getting the calls. And they're not even all against him, other teammates as well. But you can tell the Deanza squad is a very emotional, and which has its pluses and minuses. It's as handoff running right to Hemmings, he's dropped in the backfield. But as we've seen with some of the extracurriculars, as you call them, Liam, those unsportsmanlike foul calls, is where it works against you. Where it works for you is the energy that you bring to the game. I mean, playing downhill as a defense, wanting to go make plays. So, again, it's just, can you contain it and use those emotions and channel that to make it work for you? So far, Deanza has been able to escape the bad penalties, and they're still on top by 8. But again, we've got a long way to go. 8 minutes still in the third quarter. Williams in motion, fake to him, give to Hemmings. He's going nowhere 2 times in a row. Maybe back to the original line of scrimmage. Give him about a gain of 1 on the carry. Brings up third down and 10.
Well, I mean, I think, if Deanza is coming in here, I think it's a legitimate tactic to get under the other team's skin. I mean, I think what you have to do is you kind of have to feel out how the officials are calling the game and then, see what you can get away with. And if you get away with stuff, I mean, that's just how the game of football works sometimes. You're just figuring out what you can do to get the other team mentally off, so to speak.
Snap to Livingston, looking left, eyes downfield, nothing there. Now looking to scramble. Still looking downfield, just heaves up a prayer and thankfully out of bounds. Anthony Aguirre was the receiver in the area, but the Corsairs forced to punt with 7:11 remaining in the third quarter. 2 possessions in the second half, no points.
Yeah, and Brighton Livingston, he's of course been very good this season, but I think where he's had issues is when he's about to get sacked and he just heaves that football up into the air. That's gotten him in trouble many times. Thankfully, that time it didn't, but I don't think that's what you want to see.
The other thing is the Corsairs have been repeatedly in third and long. Thomas gets the punt away. Wobbly spiral. Takes a CR bounce. Ronan Kimbrough quickly grabs it. Devitt Dawkins pointed at him there as a bit of a reminder the last time they let it bounce and Dawkins got a good return. As Kimbrough snagged that rather quickly. So just over 7 minutes to play, third quarter. Defense headed back out on the field for the Corsairs for the second time this half. Much slower feel to the game than the opener. Seemed like we were in for a complete shootout the way these two teams, or mostly Deanza was scoring the football. Corsairs were able to answer a couple of times, but would have expected more than 36 combined points at the 7-minute mark of the third quarter. 3 receivers right for Jackson. Bringing an extra rusher off the edge. He's flushed out. Throws that pass incomplete. Looking for Evans Murray along the sideline. Was out of bounds. They brought the nickel back, Orikanu Simon, a free rusher off the edge to Jackson's left. Flushed him out of the pocket and hurried him to make that throw. The PA announcer, Ryan Bizio, points our awareness to a flag on the far side of the field that I had missed. It's an ineligible man downfield on the offense. Corsairs will take that penalty. It'll back Deanza up 5, make it first down and 15. So ball at the 16. Line to gain the 31. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Jackson Looking, screen underneath to Hadley. Pass is completed, trying to cut back. He's across the 20-25, slung down near the 30. So 1st and 15. Screenplay picks up about 14, the necessary yards, leaves him with 2nd down and short, which really opens up the playbook for Anza. Can opt to keep the ball on the ground if you want with Hadley, or take a shot downfield. Saw him take a shot at the end of the first half on 4th down and short. 2 receivers to either side. Showing pressure defensively are the Corsairs. They bring an extra rusher. It's a quick screen on the right side to Young. Young, 1st down yardage and a little bit more. Out to the 36-yard line. So gain of 6 on the play. Get a reminder, Cal Poly Humboldt men's basketball will be right here on ESPN 107.3 later tonight up in Bellingham, Washington at Western Washington University. A pre-conference tournament. They play the host team, Western Washington, tonight. Again, 7:30 tip-off. JB Mathers on the air at 7:15. Snap, toss left to Hadley. He's got blockers in front of him. And trucked a CR defender. Gets 12. And Elijah Hadley just put his shoulder down and deleted a defender en route to a 1st down carry. Ball spotted out at the 48.
Looking at the stats yesterday, I mean, it didn't seem like they used Hadley very often in the running game. And I mean, Antavius Jackson, the quarterback, had the majority of the rushing stats, but they're really using Hadley quite a bit in this game.
Part of it comes into probably clock management as well, as they give it to Hadley again up the middle, making a man miss across the 50. Picks up 5.
Yeah, even in the first half, though, they were definitely using him more than I was expecting.
Well, and they used him quite a bit. I remember when these two teams played last year, it was just a freshman, but did get a majority of the carry. So obviously familiar with the offense year 2 in the system.
Yeah, that's right. And I believe Antavius Jackson, I think, was the quarterback last season.
I do remember them being more of a ground team. Run first, I would say.
Yeah.
2nd down and 5. 3 receivers with a tight bunch right. Jackson fakes the swing pass. Under pressure, steps up. Now floats it too high over the head of Hadley. Didn't like the initial look. Tried to make something happen with his legs, but again, since Connor Long missed the first quarter, he's been in there ever since. It's definitely changed the game defensively for CRs. They've been able to generate pressure in a shorter amount of time. They've also, after allowing a couple of 3rd down scrambles, did a good job of containing Jackson on that last drive. Line to gain is the 42-yard line. Corsairs showing pressure. They only bring 4. Jackson back to pass, steps up, delivers a dart over the middle. Hauled in by Akeem Wright. Fit that into a closing window. Slant route coming across the middle. Zone coverage defensively for the Corsairs. Just found the soft spot. Jackson drilled it home. Three and a half minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Anza the 35, a methodical drive here. Swing pass to Hadley, caught out right. Got a couple of blocks and picks up 5. Flag flies in way behind the Linus, way behind the secondary. They're going to move it. They're going to move that flag a little bit further back, but I believe it's going to go against Anza with a holding call. So they get Devin Dawkins with the holding call. He's the one who slung Oricano Simon there, who was poised to make a tackle. So 3:20 to go. Now it's 1st and 20. That'll move him back to the 43. Low snap, handled by Jackson. Quick throw on the left side. Caught. And a flag, another flag flies. The pass was caught by Akeem Bright. Would leave him with 2nd down and 8. Wright got down to the 33. But it was the head referee behind the quarterback who threw that flag. And I didn't see anything. I have no clue. There was not a Corsair defender in the area of the quarterback at all.
The end of the play. On the first play, up. Offense number 55. 15-yard penalty. He's stepping down. That is 55. First unsportsmanlike conduct. The second unsportsmanlike will result in intermittent case from you.
With the number of unsportsmanlike fouls that we've had, I do not think the
what's the
referee
tally
needs to.
now?
I don't think the referee needs to remind us that your second results in an ejection. He's done that on every single one so far. We get the message, referee.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I think everybody in here knows that rule by now.
2nd down and forever near midfield. Jackson back to pass. Steps up. He's got a bit of a lane. Directing traffic. Pass is high and incomplete. He was looking for Evans Murray, who took a shot at the end of the play.
Yeah.
Now
a say, be careful
late
on the sideline.
Oh,
and Coach White
comes in.
Coach White is yelling at his own players there on the sideline.
It's Merrill Wheeler as well. It was Paxton Page who got in there to say something. He drew a flag. Another one came in late, and we have an absolute mess of a ball game here with 3:01 to go, 3rd quarter. This is just becoming unhinged. Coach White is unhinged.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. I mean,
it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah,
there's a big hit at the end of the play. The safety came over. I think that was Kimbrough who came in and delivered a blow, right? It was a good hit, clean hit, right as he was going for the ball. Bang, bang. Was it a little bit late? Probably. But then he's on the sideline. You've got different CR staff members trying to give him space. His own player comes over. And then that's the frustration that Coach White has with Page, is that he came over from the sideline after you're only allowed to go past the 25 regardless, came over there to say something over the top of it. It's completely unnecessary and pointless. It was a great hit. Everybody saw it. You cheer, you ooh. But again, it's you're going to keep shooting yourselves in the foot.
I mean, we've talked about this before. I mean, what you can kind of excuse is the competitive penalties, holding, pass interference. You're trying to make plays and you make a mistake. Okay, whatever. But the one thing you can control is your own conduct.
Both are pinball foul. The penalty is not ultimately Thank you.
So you have offsetting penalties. One's going to be against Page on the Corsairs.
Number 9. We also see the great on offense, number 9.
So that's Jadhari Young's second unsportsmanlike. He's tossed from the game. And with the unsportsmanlike coming on Young, to his credit, his teammate was the one who took the hit there on the sideline. He went over to try and defend and hold people away from him. Doesn't want people standing over his teammate. Totally understand that. That's fine.
Yeah, of course.
whatever he said or did after the play is what got him that. It wasn't the first run over there, so all the credit in the world for backing up your teammate, but again, you can't cross the line, and this game is just completely messy.
Yeah, I mean, you always tend to have issues when you have a member of the opposing team on the other team's sideline, when they've been hit out of bounds. I mean, that's why you see all the officials kind of rush over there and try to escort, that player out of the opposing team's sideline. I mean, like I was saying earlier, like the one thing you can control as a player, is your own conduct, whether you retaliate against somebody, whether you're talking to the officials, those are things you can control. I mean, if you, hold somebody or interfere with somebody, that's you trying to play football and making a mistake. I mean, that's a little bit more excusable, but you really just have to keep your head on your shoulders and not bite.
But this has just been an absolute mess. I mean, like 5+ minutes of no game action. So now the question is, who's going to decide to take it right now? I mean, this is almost like a second halftime in a sense where there's no momentum going for either team. They do a toss left to Hadley, 3rd and long going into it. Hadley still churning, is going to get down to the 40-yard line. But after all of that gets sorted out, ultimately, I mean, if you're CR, you've got to use that as an opportunity to grab a hold of this game and try to do something with it. I mean, the taunting and the teasing doesn't get anybody any points. So it's 22-14. We're under 3 to go, third quarter. Corsairs trail by 8. It's going to be 4th down and 15 from the 40-yard line. De Anza is going to be forced to punt here. Nobody deep for CR right now. We'll see if they make an adjustment. Kimbrough, the safety, hovering around the 20. Again, if this punt goes into the end zone, you're looking at a net 20. Low snap. It's handled. It's going to be a spinning kick. Takes a bounce, goes into the end zone. So with 2:06 to go, we'll take a 30-second timeout. Corsair offense headed back out. ESPN 107.3. Handoff to Hemmings up the middle. Rather play action. It's almost like a little bit of a quarterback option there. As Livingston ran the play action inside, rolled out to his left, then threw a semi-lateral pass to Williams. Ends up with a gain of 6. So where the ball spotted, it'll be 27. So it'll be a gain of 7 on the play. Under 2 minutes to go, third quarter. This is a massive drive for the Corsairs here, an opportunity to see some momentum. Give it to Hemmings running left. Hemmings has the first down, and Moore steps out at the 38. It's a gain of 11 on the carry over the left side. Isaiah Hemmings moves the chains. Clock starts to wind. Success on the ground for CR, and again, Hemmings was a little banged up earlier in the game. Looks to be all right now. Pistol formation for Livingston. No scoring by either of these two teams second half as they give it to Hemmings up the middle looking for a lane. Hemmings spinning, now churning forward across the 45, falls forward. Another gain of 7 on first down. And when in doubt, give it to Isaiah Hemmings. He's been the workhorse for this team this season.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, when the offense is struggling, that's who's been moving the ball up and down the field is Isaiah Hemmings.
And this is where Corsair should be able to take advantage of these second and short opportunities. It's 2nd down and 3 now from the 46. Pressure coming, play action. Livingston, pressure's picked up. He's got time, nobody open. Steps up in the pocket, stiff arm. First down with his legs across the 50. He's into Mountain Lion territory before he's dragged down.
That's going to be a third.
Sierra does not have to run another play if they don't want to. Not sure why the clock is stopped, and they're going to wind it now that it's set, so they will have to run another play. I'm going to have to get some clarification on that. If that happens at the third quarter, I'm not sure with the new clock stoppage rules. Pressure shown again. Hemmings the handoff, fighting for more yards. It's going to get the 3 he had initially, and that will take us to the conclusion of the third quarter. 15 minutes to play, hopefully 15 clean minutes of football. Coming up in 30 seconds, ESPN 107.3. Corsair football brought to you in part by Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. Highest quality residential and commercial product and installation in the North State. Free estimates for project inquiries, as well as the ability to work with insurance claims and other financing options. For roofing, solar, construction, gutters, and generators, think Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. Second down and 7. Fourth quarter action, Corsairs trailing by 8. A very, very choppy, messy third quarter, especially the conclusion of it. And to be honest, CR's thrived in moments like those. Coming out of them, they've been able to make something happen. See if they're able to do it here again today. Second and 7. Hard count, nobody moves. Take a quick look to the sideline. Play clock at 10. Livingston, pistol, gets the snap. Handoff left side, Hemmings. Hemmings looking for a lane, looking for anything. Nothing there. Spun down, driven backwards. Forward progress will make it only a loss of 1, but he ended up on the ground about 5 yards back. We've got an injured Anza player down. We'll take a 30-second timeout. Be back on ESPN 107.3. After the gain of 1, it'll bring up third down and 8. Snap to Livingston. Livingston, plenty of time to throw on. Corks one down the left side through the hands of Jaden Burns. He would have had it at the 10-yard line just through his fingertips. And boy, Jaden Burns going to wish he had that ball back. He took his time walking over to go pick up the football on the sideline. Definitely still thinking about it. So 4th down and long, and Ryan Thomas is on. For the Corsairs, they still trail by 8. So Jaden Burns finally makes his way off the field. Play clock in single digits. Snap is away. Pressure comes. Thomas gets it away. Spiraling kick. Goes out of bounds at the 18-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 20. So 14:26 to go. Anza gets the ball back, and Liam, I'd expect them to keep it on the ground quite a bit here, try to control the clock and, try to bleed some of it out and really put CR on their heels.
Yeah, they've really kind of ground out this game. I mean, obviously CR, they've done a good job at holding Anza to 22 points so far because, of course, coming into this game, Anza has scored, about 48 points per game. So, but obviously, offensively, they just have not done enough.
Two receivers to either side. Jackson, read option, gives it. Going on the right side is Hadley. He's not even going to get back to the line of scrimmage. Elijah Hadley stretched horizontally, didn't ever have the momentum to turn that upfield.
This game kind of reminds me of the Monterey game, and that Monterey had come in with a really high-powered offense. They had scored a lot of points in every game coming in. CR defensively did a very good job, stopping them and holding them to a pretty low point total. But offensively in that game as well, they were just not able to generate enough.
And you felt the same thing you feel in this game, where it's like you're lucky it's just a one-score game, but also that you didn't play up to your potential at all. As Jackson dropped back to pass, he's forced out of the pocket to his right, delivers a strike downfield. And how about the job? And Tavius Jackson has done not just in the pocket, but when he breaks contain on the outside to keep his eyes downfield, and the level of accuracy that he's able to have throwing on the run is just spectacular. And the other part of it is you got to give the receivers a ton of credit. They're all working back to the quarterback. On that play, down the field was Dawkins as he came back towards the line of scrimmage to give an easier target for Jackson. Chains move for Anza.
Yeah, exactly. Playing with a mobile quarterback is a little bit different than a stationary quarterback. So,
Ken, you have to improvise a little bit as play action running onto the right. Broken play. Jackson's just going to keep it, makes a couple guys miss, gets the first down yardage. We've got a flag down in the backfield. I wish we had live stats, Liam, this game for one reason: penalty yards.
I know. I mean, I don't know if we had more penalties in the Los Medanos game or this one, but I would venture to guess that we've had more in this one. The Los Medanos game had a lot of penalties, but I think we've topped that.
We'll see. Our coaching staff was saying it's going to be chippy coming into this one. I mean, it was known that this is kind of how this game was going to be, and especially if you've got a coaching staff that knows that that's what it's going to be coming into it, that you're able to prepare the guys for that kind of game. Sideline warning against Anza. The next one would be a 15-yard penalty. Holding also backs them up to their own 23. So it'll be first down and 20 yards to go. Anza breaks the huddle. Again, remember that they're without Jadhari Young, who's ejected his second unsportsmanlike earlier in the game. They send Hadley in motion out of the backfield. Pressure coming. Quick screen underneath. Complete to Dawkins. Another penalty flag down in the backfield as Dawkins continues to go. Dawkins first down yardage and more. Dawkins got that behind the line of scrimmage, maneuvered his way through traffic, picked up 23 on the screen, but this one's coming back as well.
Yeah, this might be a record. I mean, I know we had plenty of games last season where there were a lot of flags, but I don't remember there being this many in a single game.
It's another holding call. This one goes against Peyton Anderson.
When you're talking about in-game competitive penalties, like holding, for example, blocking the back, stuff like that, you can kind of excuse that a little bit after 3 weeks of not playing football. Like those things are going to happen. The real big issue for Coach White and his staff, as we've been talking about the entire game, the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties and the dead ball personal fouls.
Well, here's the kicker. If 70% of the penalties have been on De Anza, and they still lead by 8.
Exactly. Yep.
1st and 30. Movement before the snap.
And it's for Matthew Braxton, number 54, the offense. 5-yard penalty. It's in the first time.
All you can do is laugh at this point, Leo. I mean, 3
Yeah.
straight penalties. And here's the thing. De Anza's doing well offensively. I mean,
Yep.
look at that screen. It would have picked up 23 yards, gets called back due to a hold. And then now you're 1st and 30. What do? False start.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a quarterback as good as Antavius Jackson, you can kind of overcome that to a certain point. But if CR ends up losing this game, I mean, the major frustration is that the penalty yards were much more in your favor, and you still
Absolutely.
lost.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Liam. Snap to Jackson. Pressure coming, looking to step up in the pocket, and he is dropped. I don't believe that'll be a sack. He got right back at the line of scrimmage. But Leatawa and Long putting pressure on the edges. And if I'm De Anza, I'm going back to the screen game. I mean, it's been working, picking up at least 10 yards each time they've gone underneath. So, line to gain is the 43. Ball spotted at their own 8. I was informed that 2nd and forever is not a measurable distance. It's 2nd and 35. Back to pass Jackson. Completed over the middle. Another flag comes in. Pass is completed. Dragged down at the 27-yard line. Hauled in by Akeem Bright. Flag on the close side of the field. Liam, I thought this game was going to take a long time because De Anza likes to throw the ball, and that would keep the clock stopped.
I didn't think we were going to exceed the penalty total from the Los Medanos game, and we already have, and there's still 11 and a half minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, of course, if you're a Redwoods fan, you're happy that De Anza is consistently shooting themselves in the foot, but then you're also concerned, like, are the Corsairs like going to capitalize on these?
I would say that
going to make it hurt.
I would say that the De Anza coach in the booth would be pulling his hair out, but he shaved his head, so he can't do that. 2nd down and 39 from their own 4. And again, you got to capitalize. Handoff. Hadley over the right side. Gets a couple. He's being driven backwards and dropped. It'll be a gain of 2.
Flagless play.
So I don't know if you can hear the PA announcer, Ryan Bizio. He says, and the scoreboard says 3rd and 35. Well done, Coach Bizio. So it is felt like the life's been sucked out of the stadium. CR bench sideline is starting to get fired up with a stop here. Could be primed for great field position. Jackson the snap. Pressure coming. Leatawa hit him as he threw. Got the pass away. Completed it to Dawkins. Got out to about the 21-yard line. Needed about double that distance. So as we approach the 10-minute mark, score still 22-14 in favor of De Anza. We've had no scoring in the second half. And 21 points in the first quarter. We thought that's how this game would go. Instead, it's 4th and 19. De Anza to punt. Just getting the kick away. Williams is going to let this one roll. It's going to be dropped down at the 24-yard line. We'll go ahead and take a 30-second timeout. When we come back, Corsairs back on offense, ESPN 107.3. Welcome back to the Redwood Bowl. Surprise, surprise. There was another penalty flag on the punt holding against the Corsairs. So that'll back them up. Again, it's got to be so frustrating. Liam, you've got the ball 3rd and 35 from inside your own 10. Allow the completion out to the 20. The punt takes a great bounce. It's down to the Corsairs' own 24-yard line. You get a holding call on that. It backs you back up. So it was 2nd and forever, first inside of their own 5. All of a sudden now, CR gets the ball back. They're inside their own 15 at the other end of the field.
Yeah, penalties have been the story as I thought they would be. Unfortunately, it kind of just seemed even pregame when when the teams are kind of talking to each other, you could just feel it's going to be going to go that way.
Play action. Livingston rolling out to his right. Pressure in his face. Delivers a strike down the field. Completed and dragged down across the 30-yard line. Fat Williams went up and got that one. Corsairs moved the chains. Be a good time for that passing offense to start clicking here in the 4th quarter. Just over 9 to go. De Anza still leading 22-14. Remember, that was our score at the half. It's been a slow, choppy, and ugly second half for both teams. Pistol set. Livingston. Read option. He's going to keep it. Do that slot throw out to Williams. Williams has a lane. First down and more. Dragged down, but he is forced out at the 50. Got whistles and a stoppage. There's a penalty flag. I see it, Liam.
No
It's
way.
yellow.
No way. I don't believe you.
On the field.
I think you're seeing things, Mitchell. Going to see penalty flags in your dreams
I was going to say, I'm going to go to sleep tonight, and all I'm going to see is yellow markers. 8:43 to go, 4th quarter. The way these teams are moving, it looks like it's going to go against the Corsairs. So the big pass completion to Williams. Oh, now the Corsairs are signaling it's against De Anza. So yeah, they're gonna say a legal forward pass. Liam, is that?
So they had called a legal forward pass on that play, and then they picked up the flag. They ruled that at any part of Livingston's body was behind the line of scrimmage.
And I even thought it was a lateral. So regardless, counterplay, handoff. Hemmings drilled in the backfield, sent backwards. Anas Ahmed, the first man there.
Now, the rule on an illegal forward pass is in order for it to be a penalty as another flag is thrown, the quarterback's entire body has to be ahead of the line of scrimmage in order for it to be a penalty. And so they ruled otherwise. And yeah, Mitchell might just walk out of here. I might have to do play-by-play for the rest of the game at this rate.
It's going against De Anza. Unsportsmanlike conduct goes against Desmond Sampson. Ball's down to the 39-yard line. Livingston back to pass. Pressure coming to screen underneath to Hemmings. Hemmings has blockers in front. He's got a first down. Hurdles and dumped on his head. Down to about the 23, 22-yard line. Very athletic play by Hemmings. Not so graceful on the dismount. Under 8 to go. Chains move. But that's the reason a lot of football coaches tell you don't get up in the air. That can happen right there. Get dumped on your head.
I'm glad he got up because, I mean, he landed right on his head. That's very dangerous. I mean, your head and neck are very exposed and looks to be okay as of right now. So that's good.
Halfway through the 4th quarter, Corsairs down by 8. They're going to shift the formation. Ball at the 22. Play action. Swing pass out to Williams. Williams is space and a blocker. Picks up a couple. Forced out of bounds at the 17-yard line. Breaking news, Liam.
No way.
Another penalty flag.
At this rate, Gavin might have to work the Lumberjack basketball game tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the studio.
While we have a couple minutes, a reminder, Cal Poly Humboldt men's basketball tonight up at Western Washington. Beautiful Bellingham, Washington on the coast. So another unsportsmanlike against De Anza. I want to see at the end of the game their penalty yards to total offense.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to be checking the stats later.
So again, the Corsairs, the position that they're in, they're down by 8 with the amount of miscues, the penalties, the mental mistakes against De Anza. Somehow the Mountain Lions still up by 8. Shifting the formation left. We got first and goal from the 9. Ball at the right hash. 2 tight ends for the Corsairs. Play action. Swing it again out to Williams. Williams picks up a big block from Burns. Williams to the corner. Dives with a pylon. Touchdown Corsairs. An injured De Anza player down on the field. 6:59 to go, fourth quarter. It's 22-20. Corsairs trail by 2. And just the way this game has gone, the amount of time it's taken, and the fact that CR's only put 3 scores on the board, I'd imagine they would line up to go for 2 here. The primary concern is for the injured De Anza player down on the field, still down. We'll go ahead and take a 30-second timeout. Back in a couple with the point after try on ESPN 107.3. While you were gone, you missed another flag, and Gavin, our board op, with a wonderful observation that this game has more flags than the United Nations. Great job, Gavin. Great joke. Love it. So I believe that was Tashawn Skinner, who was going back and forth with a couple of Corsair players at the start of the third quarter, who was arguing with the referees at the end of the play. Okay, 6:59 to go. Corsairs are going to go for 2. They're down 22-20. Wisely taking that half the distance to the goal on the PAT. Handoff. Running over the left side. Hemmings goes in untouched. Tie. Ball game 22 all. A lot of the Corsair games have been rather quick, Liam. They've been running the ball. The clock is draining. We have 7 minutes to go. We're 2.5 hours in, and we are tied at 22.
I don't even know what to say at this point. This game is, this has been wild. But we've had some wild games, in our 2 seasons doing this. I think this is the most wild one so far. It's not even over. It's far from over.
So I don't know how many. Yeah, the entire De Anza team circled up on the sideline around the coaching staff, and tempers flaring, frustration starting to show. And I would say that it's the team with the most composure that will win, but even with all the penalties and unsportsmanlikes and everything that gone against De Anza, it's still a tie game. I mean, they've been the better team offensively the whole time. And something you do not see very often on the change of possession before the kickoff, Anza opts to take a timeout. Their coach wants as much time as possible to talk to their players. We'll take a 30-second timeout with them. I can't promise no penalties when we come back, but it doesn't look like there should be, as he's got the whole team around him. Back at 30 on ESPN 107.3. So, in case you're just joining us, all you've missed is about 30 to maybe 35 penalties, and probably 27 of them have been against Anza. We are tied at 22-22, 6:57 to go, fourth quarter. Corsairs just drove down the field with some assistance of some yellow markers, punched it in with Hemmings from 1 yard out. Line drive kick from Thomas is bobbled and picked up at the 10. Making a man miss, trying to find a lane on the left side, brought down Noah Odin along with Victor Eicher. Got there to make the stop. Brought down inside the 20. They'll mark him at the 19. Nose of the football's touching the 20. Anza gets the football back, and Liam, just to go back a couple moments, not only you have this change of possession, entire team is huddled around the coach, but Anza also burned a timeout to keep their players there for an extra 30 seconds so they could try to get their heads screwed on to finish this ball game.
Well, it shows the urgency and how much the coaches really need to gain control of their own team. I mean,
Jackson, handoff to Hadley. Hadley running right. He's got 5 yards and still driving. Brought down close to the line to gain. Be a 9-yard carry. And on the flip side for the Corsairs, I mean, with the way that this game has gone, the defense has been off the field for quite a bit. But defensively, Corsairs also have to lock in now. I mean, going to try to bleed clock and have a methodical drive down the field will the Mountain Lions. And again, their offense has been prolific when given the opportunity. Snap handled, pressure coming, quick throw over the left side, caught by Wright. Wright makes the first man miss. He's got first down yardage and more. Driven out of bounds at the 43. And Akeem Wright, first down yardage and more. Chains move for the Mountain Lions. Out to the 44-yard line. 6 minutes to go. Fourth quarter tied at 22. Two receivers left, two right. Clock continues to wind. Corsairs showing pressure. Adjustment at the line for Jackson. Play action. Pressure coming up the middle. Jackson escaping out to his left. He's going to tuck it and run. He's across the 50 before he's forced out of bounds. And he's going to be close to the line to gain.
That was Jackson on the scramble. Long. We've been on that play. Thank you.
So across the 50 to the 47. Two receivers left, two right. Handoff, Hadley running over the right side. Hadley runs through a defender, falls forward down to the 40. Clock under 5, 4:40 and continuing to run. You got to imagine the message from the De Anza coaching staff is, hey, if we can put together one drive here, punch it in with just a couple minutes to go, or even, around the 2-minute mark, that it's going to be very difficult, any points at all, for the Corsairs to drive down the field. Again, the run game's been efficient. However, the pass game hasn't been exactly what it has been in the past. Pressure coming, stepping up. Jackson rolling out to his right. Picks up a couple on the ground as he breaks contain. Down to about the 37, 38-yard line. So second down and 6 or 7. We've got 3.5 to go. Clock continues to wind. De Anza going to try and take this down to the wire. Jackson back to pass. Not much there. Rolling out to his right. Stiff arms a defender. Stays in bounds. Actually, his toe was just out as he tried to cut back. He's going to be marked out of bounds just inside the 30.
Remaining on the play clock. Ball's going to spot in.
So they'll spot the ball at the right hash 30-yard line. But this is what we saw from De Anza offensively in the first quarter. When they're not impeded by their own mistakes, this is a very, very high-powered offense, stringing together a number of positive plays. They're driving right down the field, taking time off as they do it. 3 minutes now. 15 on the play clock. Snap. Reed. Jackson spins out of a tackle and keeps going forward. He's hit, but still driving. Piles being pushed by De Anza. They're going to be marked down about the 23. That was a disruptive presence in the backfield. Couldn't see who for the Corsairs, but got in and made that read difficult. And Hadley looked like he wanted to grab the ball from Jackson and wasn't able to. Jackson kept it, spun out of a tackle, able to pick up 5, pushed forward for a couple more. 2nd and 3 from the 23. De Anza can let this run to the 2-minute warning, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Jackson under center. No, quick snap. Screen out to the right. Dawkins trying to make a couple guys miss. Tackled. He had the first down, though. And that will be the 2-minute warning. Minute 56 to go in the ball game. De Anza out of the break will have a fresh set of downs at the 17. You're listening to Corsair Football on ESPN 107.3. So out of the 2-minute timeout, both of these teams taking a couple extra seconds with their coaching staff. A critical point in the game, minute 56 to go. Corsair defense has to buckle down. This is where they've gotten stout, is in the red zone. Ball's at the right hash of the 16-yard line. De Anza will have first down and 10. And in a tie game, 22-22, they don't need a touchdown. Field goal would be enough to win it here. While we got a second, we'd like to thank Above Board Construction, Roofing, and Solar. Highest quality residential and commercial product and installation in the North State. Think above ground roofing and solar. Handoff, Hadley, right side, dragged down from behind, no gain on the play. Coach White burns his first timeout of the second half. And a smart timeout there, I mean, assuming already in field goal position for De Anza. Again, right hash, you got to remember the hash marks are wider in college than they are in pros. So you've got a bit of an angle. And also, Liam, the interesting thing is that it's not always better to be closer, especially if you're at the hashes. That becomes a tricky angle going from the sides there, and fortunate, I guess, for Deanza, no real wind here tonight. It's a chilly afternoon as the sun is set. Just getting a little bit of the afterglow coming up through the clouds, and a magnificent setting for football here at the Redwood Bowl. Surrounded by trees up on the campus of Cal Poly Humboldt, and we'll see. I mean, CR's new stadium in the works is allegedly
I just saw a photo of it, I
set
believe,
to open.
that they posted on their Instagram, and it showed, I think, Coach White and Coach Wheeler kind of looking down and feeling the grass, and it looked very, very nice. It's definitely not done, but it's coming along.
So crowd and sideline getting into it for the Corsairs. 2nd down and 10. $1:48 to go. 2 timeouts left for CR. Ball spotted at the 17. Low snap, handled by Jackson. Looking to throw to the left. Got a man tipped up and incomplete. Great coverage on the play there. That's Jimmy Vomby showing up when the lights are brightest. Breaking up that pass intended for Akeem Wright. And 3rd down, the other thing, Liam, clock stops with the incompletion. CR did not need to burn a timeout there. They still have 2 left. Remember, Deanza has 2. They burned 1 to bring the team together. After CR's last touchdown. 3rd down and 10. 1:42 to go. Ball at the right hash. Jackson takes the snap, looking left. Pressure coming, trying to escape. Nowhere to go, and he's brought down. Driven backwards, forcing Jackson back to the 22-yard line. And Coach White gets a timeout in with 1:28 to go. Ball will be spotted at the right hash. So 22, that'll probably be about a 37-yard field goal. Should they opt to go with it, CR takes a timeout. We'll take one with them. Back with the exciting conclusion. Final 88 seconds coming up on ESPN 107.3. So 1:28 to go. Deanza is lining up for a field goal. Deanza trying to find any stats on the kicker. I can't pull it up right now. As of what it was showing through 2 games, they didn't have any field goals kicked. This is going to be a 40-yarder from the right hash. Snap, high, gets it down. Kick is up. It's got the distance. And it's good.
The field goal is good.
Tim Blackmore puts it in from 40 yards out. 25-22, Deanza leads. However, there's 1:22 to go. 1 timeout for the Corsairs. And I don't want to have any sort of jinx, Liam. You've got one of the most, if not the most, dynamic kick returners in the conference in Fat Williams.
That's right.
If I'm Deanza, I'm not kicking to Williams. However, a lot of these kickoffs have been low bouncing liners.
Yeah, I think ideally you want to boot it out of the back of the end zone, but yeah, like you said, and I don't know if he has the leg for that, so we'll see.
The other thing is that CR has Ryan Thomas at kicker. He could be good from just about up to 50. Ryan Thomas is who you want kicking for your team if you have the opportunity. 1:22 to go after all of the chaos and mayhem in the 3rd quarter. We are down to the wire. A line drive kick right at Bowers. Jordan Bowers to return. Jordan Bowers looking for room. He's going to be dragged down to the 26-yard line. So smartly for the Mountain Lions, kicking it away from Williams. Play took about 8 seconds off the clock. We got a minute 18 to go. Corsairs trail 25-22. All of their touchdowns have been, I guess, call them conservative. You have a 14-yard score on the ground, a 1-yard by Hemmings, a 1-yard rush by Bowers, and a little swing pass out to Williams, who got in from 9 out. Drive to tie or win the game. The freshman, Brighton Livingston, trying to get it done for this Corsair offense. Anza, perfect record on the line. Brighton back to pass. Nothing there. Steps up, rolls out to his left. Picks up about 5 yards. Clock continues to run. And Aguirre walking back. Now he gets lined up. Corsairs get the call in back on the line. 3 receivers right, 55 seconds. Designed rollout. Livingston eyes downfield, throws it. It's intercepted. Intercepted by Osman Sese, the linebacker. And flags come in after the play. But with 49 seconds.
Unfortunately for CR, these are going to be dead ball fouls, so the interception will most likely still count.
"49 seconds, 1 timeout for CR, 3 knees will do it." So Tashawn Skinner gets another unsportsmanlike. He's gone from the game.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, they were running out of players to put unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on. I mean, they're going to start getting second fouls on players at some point.
So that'll back him up. But 49 seconds to go. You take a knee. CR takes a timeout. 1 knee, run it back down. Just take another knee on 3rd down to do it. So just please keep this clean right here. I mean, the game's over. Just get the knees down, make it official. And
you don't want anything to happen after the game. I mean, so obviously things are tense. You just got to keep the team separated.
So Corsairs will drop to 6-2, 3-1 in conference. Anza will remain perfect, 8-0, 3-0 in the Pacific 7.
Still some discussion among the officials here. Coach White out to talk to them.
They put another 15 on the Anza sideline, backs him up, but I mean, at this point, it's all moot.
Yeah, frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
Interception made on the Corsairs side of the field. You back him up. I mean, it's just a matter of where they end up kneeling down and what the final penalty yardage is.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, because, I mean, look at that. I mean, you see what the total is, and they still lose. I mean,
Jackson under center, takes a knee, no rush from the Corsairs. Coach White not even bothering to use his final timeout. He knows it's over. Clock winds under 30. The final score will be Anza 25, College of the Redwoods 22.
De
Anza comes into Arcata, knocks off the Corsairs, who their first game in about a month, unable to get the job done. Next game for the Corsairs is 1 week from today on Saturday as they host Cabrillo. That game will be a 1 p.m. kickoff. Final game will be on the road against Siskiyous on the 23rd. That'll be a noon kickoff from Weed, California.
Man, Deanne's is acting like this is a championship game running off the field.
I mean, to be fair, Liam, it was a very important game in the conference. This
Yes.
will vault them, cement them in a first place position, and have them well poised for
I mean, yeah, that is true.
conference title.
I mean, this was, pretty much a de facto conference championship game. I mean, that there are still a few games left. So, but yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat now.
Let's go ahead and just keep it here and let's wrap it up, Liam. Final score 25-22. Mountain Lions come in and are victorious. And I guess we'll just take a look at how we got to this score, Liam. I mean, there's a lot of different things that went on during this game, and let's take a look. First quarter was a touchdown pass to Akeem Wright, made it 7-0 in favor of De Anza. Another
Yeah, that's
pass,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to make you read my handwriting, Mitchell. Anyway, continuing on from that, another touchdown pass from Jackson to Aiden Butler, 14-0. De Anza. Then CR got on the board, making it 14-7. Jordan Bowers punching it in. Second quarter, it would be Devin Dawkins from Antavius Jackson. 2-point conversion is good, 22-7 in favor of De Anza. And Isaiah Hemmings punching it in from 14 yards out, 22-14. That's what it would be at the half. No scoring in the third quarter. Then in the fourth quarter,
Wait, what happened in the third quarter?
a lot of flags. That's what happened in the third quarter. We can just forget about that. Fourth quarter, Fat Williams touchdown reception tied it up, and then De Anza kicking the field goal late in the game, and they win 25-22, and about 50 penalty flags.
Here's my takeaways from this, Liam, is all the self-inflicted wounds that De Anza had, for them to be able to come in and still come out with a victory. I got 2 points. One, they were by far the better team.
Oh, yeah.
By far
100%.
the better team. Their offense showed up. They played great defense, forced CR into a lot of uncomfortable positions. They were efficient on third down. Far and away, who was the better team? De Anza,
I mean,
no question about it.
You can't commit that many penalties and win a game and be bad. I mean, there's just no way like any, mediocre or bad team is going to overcome that many penalties and win. So, I mean, yeah, of course, huge kudos to them.
My second point, great job by the coaching staff of De Anza. That was the most pivotal point of the game. CR drives down the field. Your players are all over the place, right? A ton of penalties, unsportsmanlike. So you've absolutely, completely disassembled whatever you'd put together in the first half in terms of momentum to bring that team together, to call the timeout after the 2-point conversion, bring the entire team together, give a minute of it, and only that team, that coaching staff, whoever's in that huddle knows what was said, but it was the right things that were said to regroup the De Anza offense. They got the football back with 6 minutes and 59 seconds to go. They took the ball. They had all positive plays down the field. They ran the ball efficiently. They created good throws. They kept their cool the entire time. Got down, huge sack on third down by CR. Huge credit. I mean, shout out to Tim Blackmore for the field goal that he made. A 40-yarder,
Yeah.
absolutely drilled it.
That was huge. I mean,
to put him in position to win. So with everything else, the fact that they were able to come together on that final drive, go down, put points on the board, and just the offensive showcase, they were clearly far and away the better team. And CR really needs to take a long look in the mirror, because between this game and the Monterey game, those were both winnable football games by far. And they were not able to execute and get the job done to show that they are one of the premier teams in the conference. And I hate to say it, I'd love that the success that Coach White has had, the culture that he's instilled in this program, how this team carries themselves on and off the field is absolutely fantastic. But at this point, it starts, and this is something that Coach Harrelson says all the time, is it starts with the coaches in practice and it starts with the players in practice. You have to set that because how you practice is how you play. And so it's going to take a bit of a reset for this team and this coaching staff to look back and say, hey, there's two games that we can look at and other games that they should have performed better. But looking back on it, our two losses, were they winnable? Not in the current state of how this team is playing right now. And that's just plain and simple how it is.
Yeah, this game kind of just seemed like to me an extension of that Los Medanos game, almost a month ago. The Los Medanos game, yes, they won 44-31, but there were penalties, there were turnovers. It just seemed like they left a lot out on the table. They did not play, up to their standard. And this game was kind of a continuation of that, unfortunately. I mean, you're going to look at the penalty yards that De Anza has, it's going to be a very high number, and CR was not able to capitalize on that whatsoever. I mean, other than that, you pretty much said everything. I don't have much to add. I mean, a very, very frustrating loss.
At the end of the day, I mean, whether you're players, coaches, when you go back, you got to do some self-reflection, some evaluation. What can we get better on? How do we get better on it? Are we implementing the right things in practice? And then you got to go out and execute. You got to show up to practice every day willing to work. You got to show up to the games, ready to implement that stuff. And it seems minor and it doesn't seem as important. And you come in, you're 6-1 or whatever coming into the game. And when you have those practices, you can feel comfortable. You can get complacent. But that's what separates CR as a good team. They are. Nowhere am I saying that they are a bad football team. They are a very good football team. But what separates the good from the great football teams, it's a wide margin. And it's the little things. And unfortunately, the Corsairs were unable to get those done. And they've got a very winnable game next week right here at the Redwood Bowl against Cabrillo. That's a 1 p.m. kickoff. And then you've got a game against Siskiyous. And Siskiyous is playing good football right now.
They are.
So, if you want an opportunity to get back to the bowl game, the time is now. But also, with the amount of turnover, the amount of freshmen, how young this team is, it's also about setting the locker room, setting the sideline. What are establishing that culture for what you want to carry into next year, how you're going to treat the off season, how you're going to build from these losses to build this into what Coach White envisions it, which is a football powerhouse. They have all the capability in the world to do that. This is an absolutely fantastic coaching staff that he has assembled. These are very talented players, high character, highly talented players. It's about taking everybody who is one of, if not the best players on the field in high school and elevating your game because you're playing against people who are all the best players. So again, a bit of a ramble, a bit of a soliloquy there, but
no,
that's
I love
it's my takeaway from this team because I've in covering these guys for in the second season, that it's there. The ability's there. The talent's there. Even there are teams that are more talented. This team plays together.
And the thing is, Mitchell, is if you're frustrated up here, I mean, just imagine how frustrated Coach White and that coaching staff is right now. I mean,
and I don't even know if I'd call it frustration as much as it's just, well, I guess so. But I mean, it's still. For the Corsairs to drop this game the way that everything else went, all the times that De Anza screwed up and committed the penalties and all of the errors, mistakes, and everything, you should win that game even if you're not the better football team.
Yeah, it's clear that, like you said, CR is a very good team, but they are not the class of the conference. We were reminded of that last season. Last season, they lost a game to West Hills Coalinga, which I thought was kind of fluky, but it was that game at a Foothill that really just showed that we're just not quite there yet. And the two games this season so far against Monterey and here, that show we're a very good football team. We have the capability to be the class of the conference. We're just not quite there yet, as you were saying.
So if I'm Coach White, if I'm somebody on the coaching staff, I'm challenging this team. You have two more games. You've got Cabrillo and Siskiyous. I know you had the extended time off, and that's gotta mess with you as a player and as a coach probably. But you got two more games. go out and show who you're supposed to be. Go out and prove yourself. Go say, hey, you know what, we're gonna try to earn that second spot. Get it again. It's not the where you want it to be. Let's get another Grizzly Bowl.
Yeah, well,
Get
a bowl
something to
game.
carry and generate that momentum into next season. Start working for next year now because they're not going to win the conference if Deanne's is able
Yeah.
to win out.
Yeah, the conference championship, I mean, unless Deanza loses, is probably not in play, but a bowl game is very much in play. And they could get to that bowl game. They're still likely to get to that bowl game if results go the way they should. And they could obviously win that bowl game, and it would be a huge accomplishment. So, yeah, exactly. I mean, the good thing is that there's hopefully not going to be another 3 weeks off. And so the Corsairs
unlikely.
will be right back at it next week, a normal, week of practice, and then the game next Saturday right here at the Redwood Bowl.
So for those of you sports fans across the North Coast, guess what? Day's not over.
Yeah,
7:15, JB Mathers is going to be live from Bellingham, Washington, the campus of Western Washington University, as the Jacks take on the host team in the tournament up there, Western Washington. It's a 7:30 tip. Mr. Mathers will be live at 7:15 right here on ESPN 107.3. Liam, anything else to add?
Nope, I think you pretty much said it all. Looking forward to next week.
Well, I'm excited to see what the Jacks are able to do tonight. They are undefeated 1-0 in their game. They look very good against Simon Fraser. Excited for Coach Tift and staff in year 2. For Gavin back in our studio. Excellent joke, by the way. I still haven't forgotten about that.
Hey, keep that seat warm for me, Gavin. I'll be right there.
Thank you.
Not that long.
Thanks, Gavin, for sticking with us. For Liam Warder, I'm Mitchell Manji saying good night from the Redwood Bowl. Final score, Deanza 25, College of the Redwoods 22.